10:03. I have our agenda in front of us. Is there any additions or questions on the agenda? Okay. I guess we do have 7:10 has been added. It was request for decision gravel mining and stockpiling, but
Yeah, we got that last night, so I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. We'll do the approval of the minutes. We'll do the council minutes and then committee of the wholes together. So the two regular council meetings from April 8th, 2026 and April 22nd, 2026. Was there any errors or omissions or?
Can we look at the bursary? I'm trying to find it in my council package again. It was brought to my attention and I had missed it, that there might have been that we were all in favor, which was incorrect.
Councillor Gano did puts forward some corrections by email. So this is 120, motion 120. And so the opposition, who was on the opposite, I'll just to make sure I get it right. We can double check, but I believe it was it?
Oh, no, it was. It is correct because when you read it, it says the council declined the participation and everybody was,
In favor of declining it.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it
I
says.
think so, but
That's what the minutes say.
We can go back and
Yeah.
check it on the video. I just haven't had a chance. Yeah.
No, it was defeat or
It was.
we had a long
defeated.
discussion around
approved.
it.
It was long discussion on it, but I don't know if it was completely.
I think I was opposed to that, but everybody, I think most everybody else was in favor of declining it at this time.
We can watch the video and we'll correct it as taking a look at it.
Sounds good.
Do we need to bring that back then, Yvette? Or?
We probably should table
Yeah,
it. That'd be the cleanest way to deal with it.
Okay. Which set of that was
The regular April 22nd.
No, that's the April 8th minutes.
Oh, okay.
I just don't want to arbitrarily go in and correct
Okay,
it.
can I get a motion to table that for?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Adam. We'll call the question. All in favor? And then our April 22nd, was there anything found with him?
We had, that was, I didn't get a chance to look them up, but Council Gannon also pointed out we had spelt Adley Dam.
Oh, Ardley Dam.
Ardley Dam.
A couple different ways. So we will correct the spell with the correction of the spelling of Ardley Dam.
That shouldn't have to be tabled though. Those
No.
moved with corrections.
Yes.
As amended.
Can I get a motion for that, councillors? Gano, call the question. All in favor? And then we had two committee of the whole meetings, March 9th and April 23rd, 2026. Is there any questions on them? Councillor Nyberg?
If there's no one having any objections, we'll move them forward. Both of them, actually, I'll take.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. No public hearings or delegations today. No council's request for information. New business, request for decision, approval to participate in the Strychnine program, page 27 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Rob's here and so is Greg. So Rob, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I can speak to it.
Oh, he's right behind me. Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, good morning. So as a requirement of the special use approval for strychnine, they require that we have a motion of council to approve us being a vendor to distribute strychnine. It's not really getting into the how we distribute or anything, just that we can do it. So we just need a formal motion to approve that.
Councillor Hunter?
I'll make a motion, we be a vendor for the strychnine. Is that what you needed?
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Request for decision, multiple sclerosis, MS month. Page 29 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have quite a few of these to do, and as a lovely welcome back gift to Nikki, do you want to take these?
Yeah, thank you.
I actually screwed up. We should have did introductions today so that everybody would recognize that's sitting over in the corner.
You're taking it now, Nikki. You're
Well, I was
really
trying
getting
to
it.
figure out who that blonde person was fiddling with wires over here because it's been so long.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Reeve Clark. We've received a request to proclaim the month of May Multiple Sclerosis Month, Awareness Month, and to consider raising the MS flag on May 30th to recognize World MS Day. Multiple sclerosis is has one of the highest rates in Alberta globally, with approximately 340 out of every 100,000 residents living with the disease in our province.
Okay. Councillor Hunter.
Clarification on this, I think, is like Yvette said, we got quite a few of these to do.
We have 5 this council.
So what does this entail?
Basically, council's going to proclaim the awareness month. May is the awareness month for multiple sclerosis. We will raise the MS flag, which we did last year, on May 30th, just to heighten that awareness. Larry will probably have to sign a proclamation, and I'm not sure if this one's joint with the town or not.
I believe that is. the intention.
Yeah, joint with the town.
So what's this cost us? Like, okay,
Well, the rest of it's absorbed through staff time, but Larry's time would be.
And we try to piggyback it, but that doesn't happen.
so we can't, I guess what I'm getting at, can we do 5 at a time or all of them, just sit down and sign them and get it all done with in one day?
As long as the newspaper's battery's good in his camera.
What, can we just take pictures and just send it with? I mean,
There's certain ones though that we did every year. I did talk to one counselor right after we did one last week. And the only people that were in council chambers was the representative from the town, myself, and then Michelle and Maddie, and one Stu from the paper. And it's just, you come in for that, like we didn't even have any people from the group, eh? And to me, that's really disappointing. If it's something that people are trying to bring forward and bring light to, but it's just every week we're seeing, and lots of weeks we're seeing multiples. So it would be, there's some that we've did every year that I've been in, and they seem to take it some distance. And then there's other ones that it's almost a rubber stamp. So
is it just what, every month we're doing one though?
it would be at least every month, if not some months would be 5. Yeah, May is a really big month. Yeah.
Not that I'm a Scrooge or anything.
You are Scrooge, and rightfully so, but yeah. And Councilor
But it-
Stevens,
Oh, is that done?
are you done? Oh, you're not done. Okay.
Okay.
I thought you closed with that you're a Scrooge.
Go ahead.
I have no opposition to proclaiming MS Awareness Month or Week. I'm not really a fan of changing out our flags. I would just as soon do the proclamation. We can share it on social media. I think short of an emergency or an incident, we drop them at half mast, but outside of that, we just leave our flags be as they are. I'm not really in supportive of that. And I would like to speak of the intent of these. I fear that too often they just become empty virtue signaling. We do a photo op, we invite the press over, they take the pictures of signing a piece of paper. But what constructively has been accomplished? And I go back to the ones that were every year when I started on council, it was Volunteers Week and Seniors Week. And I can point to something constructive we do to celebrate them or recognize them. we do our seniors week activities, and the big one is actually going to the lodges and spending time with them. Volunteers, we do an annual ceremony. We celebrate and give out awards. We recognize our volunteers. But I don't see how signing a piece of paper and getting Stu to take the picture of this signing, how that helps anyone's cause. If it's an awareness or recognition thing from a group, I think we should invite them in. They can have 10 minutes to talk at our council meeting about the good work they're doing or their future goals, that sort of thing. And we can get them some recognition that way. Sharing these Nurses Week, or that's one that we missed. I see it got shared on our social media, but it never got proclaimed. I don't think it really.
It's actually on the list for today.
We're doing it.
Oh, well, sorry, Teachers Week was the one
Yeah,
we
yeah.
missed. I feel like if you're gonna make a motion to recognize this, there should be some actionable item to actually move the cause. If it's raising awareness, invite them in. They can speak about it. They can give us some details that we may not have. But I don't think that signing a piece of paper helps anyone in any way, shape, or form.
Counselor Nyberg?
Oh, I like this. No, and I get your point, Councillor Stevens. I think part of the deal is the awareness of it. That's the whole idea. Is when we have the opportunity to speak volumes to this. I agree with you having somebody come in and do a signing and nobody shows up. Personally, I think that speaks poorly to the awareness part of it. I agree with Seniors Week and Volunteers Week. We do have huge participation in that. My question mostly though is how do these just come across our desk as somebody throws it in and sends it to us? What can the staff explain to us? Does the staff go through the list? How come we didn't have National Gopher Day? I'm just kind of concerned.
I think in some cases, I don't want to slight any of them, but every week there's almost a national day for something.
Well, that's what I was
And-
jokingly
and-
saying
yeah.
National Gopher Day. I mean,
Yeah.
we didn't proclaim it.
Well, it could be the day stuff arrives at the county shop for distribution.
So that being said, what is our policy on how we deal with these?
Andrew, can you answer that?
We don't have a policy.
Yeah, so we currently have no policy on proclamations. We bring them forward on request. This one just came, called into a member of staff.
And this is not by any means any reason. We have a whole list here, and I think we're
Yes.
kind of discussing all of them at the same time.
I did say that this one could take the beating because I can smooth things over with the requester. But yeah, it's not. It does also take agenda time. That's the other resource to consider with these.
So,
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, I've said it 1,000 times. I've said it went. Good policy makes good governance. So I think it's important that we get a policy for this so that staff is clear on what they bring to us and council is clear what gets brought to us. So.
After discussions with a couple of counselors on it, I think probably from the past also, it was a way for people to bring this into the paper.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And to get, so that in the weekly paper, it was put out and people saw that this was the week. So much has changed in that part of the world now. It does still make the paper, it makes electronic version, but even if it's put to them, I'm sure it still would. So I don't know. I don't know what the solution is to it, but it is, it's just the requests just keep increasing. Councilor Adam?
I think I have no problem with signing a proclamation, getting a photo op because it does, for those that do see it, it is something that people can see. You can always share it. I don't think that we need to put a flag up because not all causes have a flag. And as much as, we all have our personal views on which causes are more important than others, I don't think we should put a flag up. Our flag should be our democratic flag, our Alberta and our Canada flag. And it gets raised and lowered depending on if we need to put it at half mast or not. We don't need to put a cause up.
Okay, and there was the suggestion of maybe multiple signing or at council meetings, and I think if we could maybe arrange this, it's to better streamline what we're doing and not, like, as I say, not to slight others, other than if they want both people sitting at the same table at the same time signing it. That is when there'd be some coordination activities to.
So,
Right.
Mr. Chair, just to move this forward, I'll make the motion that we bring a discussion on policy of how we do our proclamation signings and proclamation announcements. Bring it to a committee of the whole in the future. It doesn't have to, it's not an emergent issue, but it can be done. And
As part of the package, though, we did have
yeah, we've got a bunch of dates.
2 or 3 of them that had forms that could be signed. Is that just something we input, or is that suggested to do it that way go forward?
Through to Reeve Clark, through to council, yes. Sometimes they provide us with the text, and sometimes we have to go search for it and we pull it off and create a form. So it just depends on the group and what they've provided to us.
So we could discuss that in the policy.
It's
review.
just we have some requests today that we have.
Yeah, we'll deal with them today individually, but I think it's important that we do a policy.
For go forward. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
So we're back to 7.
I got a motion on the floor for that to
'Kay.
bring a policy to committee of the
Okay,
whole.
that's, motion from Councillor Nyberg in regards to bringing that policy back to committee of the whole, the policy discussion back to committee of the whole.
Yeah, whenever it is.
Call a question, all in favor? And that's carried. And then we're back to 7.2, request for decision, multiple sclerosis month, page 29 of the package. So we went through that piece already, so.
I'll give you that motion to declare it this time, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Stevens?
If you're open to a friendly amendment, for us to proclaim May as MS Awareness Month, but leave out the swap.
Yeah, no, yeah, I totally agree, 100%. Yeah.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. As amended. 7.3, request for decision, proclamation of Alberta Rural Health Week, page 31 of the package.
I'll push this back to Nikki again.
Thank you. Alberta Rural Health Week is May 25th to 29th, and it's brought forward by our RHPAP. And it's an annual event that recognizes rural healthcare providers in our province.
Councillor Stevens?
So each year, our Health Professional Attraction and Retention Committee gets a small grant, it's usually in that $1,000 range, from RPAP. And that committee uses that grant funding to buy gift cards. Tim Hortons, McDonald's, gift cards, drops them off at our hospitals and medical facilities. So going back to my earlier point, this is one where there is actually an actionable item. It isn't just a photo op. There is a token of appreciation given out. So I will make the motion that the County of Stettler proclaim May 25th to 29th Alberta Rural Health Week.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. 7.4, request for decision, proclamation of Paramedic Services Week.
Reeve Clark, Paramedic Services Week 2026 is May 17th to 23rd. It's held annually to honor the dedication and bravery of our paramedics, dispatchers, and emergency medical personnel. And we have a wonderful Stettler District Ambulance Association. So this is being brought forward in recognition of their service to our community.
Is this the one that's been associated, like when they've had barbecues at the, like wieners, and hot dogs and stuff at the grounds?
It is, but it's intermittent when it takes place, mainly because it's volunteer led by the paramedics themselves. So
Because if it was part of it, I think that would be a perfect spot to do it, because I've been there more than once as a volunteer helping.
Yeah, I can recall that it's this time of year because it's always dicey for the dunk tank
Yeah.
and the weather. And last time I got in the dunk tank, it was definitely this time of year.
And
it was
all,
warmer in the tank than when you got out.
yeah, you were fairly chilly that year.
Oh boy.
And I think they had a storm warning actually. But it was a very good evening, and the fire was there and with their rescue equipment and everything else too. So it was a good session, but it would be a perfect spot to do it if they were doing it this year.
I believe that our actions with the paramedics, our local paramedics, consistently show how much we value and support them. We've done this in many ways, fighting for their contracts at various stages, dropping off Christmas baking every Christmas, or those sorts of items. It's been fairly regular. I have no objections to this, but just to be consistent with my previous point, I'll make the motion that the County of Stettler proclaim May 17th to the 23rd as Paramedic Services Week, but I will drop off some sort of trinkets or gift certificates to them to match what we do for the previous one. Then we have an actionable item and not just a signing.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Now we're to 7.5, request for decision proclamation of Nurses Week, page 36 to the package.
So National Nursing Week 2026 takes place May 11th to 2026 and celebrates the contributions of nurses across Canada and Alberta. And they would also be included in the Alberta Rural Health Week as well. So some of these are doubled up, yes.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, we'll go ahead with this one as well, National Nursing Week. I think it was May 11th to 17th, so we might have missed it a little bit, but we're good. We'll make the motion to still proclaim.
Yeah, I noticed there was a proclamation in from the health minister too, so for that one.
That was last week, yeah.
Yeah. Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Stevens is opposed.
My wife's coming for you. They're going to use the big needle on you now.
I'm not even going to comment on that.
I just want to spark the conversation at home when I return to my nursing work.
7.6, request for decision proclamation of Seniors Week.
Yes, Reeve Clark. So our annual June 1st to the first week of June, Seniors Week, June 1st to 7th, 2026 is coming up. And we've been busy planning the festivities alongside the town of Stettler, where we will visit all of the seniors centers within the town of Stettler and provide fruit trays, and in most cases, I believe you stay for lunch or some sort of celebration. And then in addition, we attend each of our hamlets or rural senior centers throughout the county of Stettler, and the area counselor attends and brings a fruit tray from the county of Stettler and celebrates with our rural clubs as well. In addition to that, since COVID, we have been providing an activity bag for seniors in the centers in the community here. And so when we show up, there's an activity bag for each senior in the center with goodies and things to do and things to look at and things to read. And we've been doing that in collaboration with the Stettler Public Library and the town of Stettler. And so this year's motion is for you to consider all of those things today.
Councilor Nyberg?
So this might be the first council meeting that we proclaim this, that there isn't a huge conflict of interest, still a little bit of conflict of interest for one or two counselors, but I would love to proclaim that we proclaim the County of Stettler June 1st to 26th Seniors Week, and that the County of Stettler participate in preparing Seniors Week celebration activities in collaboration with the town, including paying a 50-50 on the activity bags, maximum up to $1,000 for, and 50% of the fruit trays in the facilities of the town of Stettler. So,
Questions, concerns?
oh, and to recognize senior centers in our hamlets
Yes.
and their villages attending at an agreed upon times.
You had to take a breath there. That's not.
I did.
Hey, any questions, concerns?
No conflict of interest, so
Yeah.
you're okay.
Call the question. All in favor? That is carried.
Mr. Chair, if I could, just to note, this is the 40th anniversary of Seniors Week in Alberta, so it is a fairly significant milestone for Alberta.
Is there barbecue for that? Is
Yeah.
that what the post-
Well, it'll be our barbecue on the 2nd, June the 2nd. Hopefully everybody can attend. But
Yes. Do we need to do introductions? I see we've got a.
Attendees that aren't speaking don't necessarily need to be recorded in the minutes, so we don't worry.
Yeah, I just had seen it pop up on the screen. So, okay. 7.7 request for decision policy CN 1.06 member at large and committee member remuneration, page 41 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we drafted or amended the current policy after the discussion that we had at Committee of the Whole. I think we've got everything that we agreed upon. Looking for approval. We'll probably put this on the website for 30 days and then bring it back to be passed. Or
So
can
actually,
it just go?
what we're asking for this time, we've sort of been doing that policy where we brought it to you once, got your general input, put it on the website for a period of time, and then would bring it back for formal approval. What we're asking for now is, just because we so rarely actually get engagement on the policies on the website, is basically to approve it and then advertise the change and then bring it back only if there's comments that are substantial or substantive. That way it doesn't need to take double the agenda time.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, I know we looked at this and we talked about it at the Committee of the Whole. And after some contemplation and looking at it, what are the guardrails for stopping, or not necessarily stopping, but giving guidance for the members to say, okay, this is something I can go and this is. So typically what we do as counselors, we have a general guideline, and then you would talk to other counselors to see what particular committee or meeting you would go to, again, with the advice of administration to help you say, this is what we've done in the past. What are we going to do as far as our committee members? What are our guardrails on that? I know there's there, but we don't, is the chair of that particular committee get to have the final say that, yes, I'm sending somebody? Does it have to be a motion that we're sending somebody? Where this at? That's my, after contemplation and thinking about a little bit, it came up.
Okay. Andrew?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarity on that. So the way it's drafted now is section 1 basically talks about what they can do without other pre-approval. So that's basically meetings and mandatory training. They don't require approval for. Otherwise, for conferences, conventions, workshops, and tours, they need either the prior approval of council, the prior approval of the board they are appointed to, or the REIV and the CAO acting together.
Councilor Nyberg?
So just walk me through this. So I'm a member of the member at large for Stettler Waste Management, let's say. And I go to a tour and I put in for a tour, but it hasn't been approved. How, okay, so I put it in. Do we automatically pay them, or does it have where does the pay setup come? I add my pay sheet in, or my fee sheet, to administration. Typically it gets paid right away, does it not? Or what's the checks and balance on that part?
Andrew?
speak to that one as well. Unlike your timesheets, which are just reviewed by the CAO, member-at-large timesheets are actually approved by the CAO. So if there were a discrepancy or a question about whether something had been approved and we wanted to take it back to that board for retroactive approval, we could, and just withhold payment. It would basically be at the discretion of the CAO to sort of.
So should we put that in the procedure that that is a clear statement that that's put in there so that the fee sheets are approved by,
Number 4.
Sorry, hit the wrong button there. Right there.
Yeah.
but it says will be issued monthly?
The approved payments. If she doesn't approve it, then she can send it back to the board, send it back to council, or just say, nope, this doesn't fit policy.
Councillor Daniel?
Regarding point 2, so we talk about conventions, workshop, ensures with prior approval of council. Should there be an or an and in there? I'm just trying to figure that because
so-
we have an or later.
Yeah, so it's council, the board, or the Reeve acting with the CAO. So we could maybe bullet point those to make it a little bit clearer as to which are the ors and which are the ands.
That was always the issue before was I would get a timesheet in and our old policy said 1 meeting per month. Well, you knew that certain times of the year they're attending budget meetings, they're attending budget presentations, and they are either going to a workshop or tour. We do have some boards that do have conventions. Housing Authority is one of them, and your hands are really tied. Yeah.
So in the example of we'll talk about the Waste Authority and the visit to the recycling plant in Bashaw. Do I understand if this is approved that the Waste Authority board would approve saying, yeah, let's go on this tour, and that would be good because they have, and if there's not time, that the Reeve and CAO could approve it.
Right.
That's the intention here. Okay.
Yeah, we pay these out of Stettler Waste Management
Mm-hmm.
in that case. So if the board approved it, it would be
Yeah,
fine.
Stettler Waste Management's actually the worst example for us to use because those members at large are actually appointed by the board itself. So they don't fall under this policy, but the library has our most members at large. So if they wanted to go to a conference and get per diems, then what this policy edition is proposing is that either council could approve it, which is always typically how those ones have gone through before, but now the library board itself could approve it in advance, or if there's no time, then the Reeve and CAO together could approve it.
Councillor Stevens?
This did come up at ASB as well. Now that we have 2 members at large on there, and we had a healthy discussion. It was about the Battle River Research Group AGM. We're kind of a quasi partner on funding, but we don't send a rep. So there was discussions whether we should get more information about whether it's worthwhile pulling out entirely, going back in and sending a rep, or status quo. The board discussed it. We agreed that sending 2 people to bring back information would be worthwhile. And we actually made a motion to approve 2 members going. And I think that discussion was helpful because the 2 ends of the spectrum is, well, it's a free for all 7 of us are going, cost balloon. We didn't think that there was any value in that. So we settled on 2 for a one-off. We made a motion, so it was approved by the board, and they brought their feedback back.
And that's the way that I see it should happen, because the ambiguity of a board member, us that sit as counselors, kind of have a pretty good idea of what is and what isn't in the program. But if you're new to a board, you don't know if you should go or not go. And I think if you have clear guidelines for people, it makes it very simple. Even for ourselves, if we have a clear guideline that we're invited and this is a paid session or a non-paid session, you make the decision on that point.
Well, that's even been to our discussions over some of the presentations or the workshops that have been put out. And it was because every counselors received it at one point, they thought they should go, and then we got it to the point where you're really basing, unless council said, you know, you should go to work on this. If you're choosing it yourself, well, you're going there as a member of the public. Yeah. Okay. Counselor Stevens?
Well, I'm actually happy with the checks and balances that have been inserted here. I think it'll take a concerted effort by the board to have this discussion and hopefully deal with it at a board level, and the Reeve and CEO would be a backup if it misses an agenda or doesn't have time. But I will make the motion to approve as presented.
And I just have one question. I think on the fee sheet, it showed expert. What defines an expert? $125 an hour.
So for that one, that would be, in fact, we brought that in specifically for our subdivision development appeal board a number of years ago.
Okay.
We probably should have removed it before now, but now I didn't want to remove it because we may yet again be responsible for.
And we may have to adjust it even probably.
Yeah. And so in that case, the practice was that they had to have a professional designation relevant to the material being heard.
Okay, no, it's
And
just,
so in that case, it was an RPP.
I wanted clarity on that
Okay.
at the table, so. Okay, call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. 7.8, request for decision, committee of the whole dates, page 47 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're looking for dates for committee of the whole meetings, June, July, and August, and we propose some.
So we are looking for 2 dates for those months.
One date out of the 2 in June, 1 date out of the 3 in July, and 1 date out of the 3 in August. Okay, so June 30th? Okay. Committee of the whole? Yeah.
You're not here? Okay, well, we're getting into that time where it's just gonna be
Yeah,
really
crazy, yeah.
difficult for. Did you have your hand up, Counselor Stevens, or you're just rubbing your?
Unless you want to not have committee of the whole meetings during the summer, but we have an agenda this long.
Counselor Hunter,
I'm good with anything.
I know.
Always am.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I'll make June the 30th is a go, right? That's the only
We
one
have
we've got.
some that can't attend.
Uh,
Counselor Cano.
Okay. You can or can't? Okay, but the 19th is a no-go.
19th is a tap on ceremony for Shirley McClellan,
Okay.
which all council, I'm assuming, will be invited. But we're finished.
We've got Stettler Waste. Then.
So would it be,
Yeah.
would it be tough on council to do July 13th and July 17th? That's a Friday and a Monday. It'd put us together, but would staff be able to do that to kill the June 30th date? So the 13th of July and the 17th of July.
No, we don't have to provide quite as much information at committee of the whole meeting. Yes, we
Every
do at a
day
regular
is good for Counselor Hunter. I know he commented about hang before, but
I'm just,
I'm glad to hear
And
any
Miss-
date's good with him.
Mr. Chair, I think the committee of whole is important to us right now as with the new council to get a lot of this stuff through. I don't want to push us, but I also don't want us to sit back on our laurels when we have a lot to do. So the 13th and 17th would take up our June. And then what about August the 18th? That would be my proposed dates. Does
That's-
everybody?
We can try for it. It's good. It's really a crapshoot with people that maybe have other people organizing their vacation schedule too.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree.
Yeah.
So those are the dates I would propose, Mr. Chair, July 13th, July 17th, and then Tuesday, August 18th. And I'll make that as a motion.
Okay.
Yep.
Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Yes, because they are very valuable at all times, especially with the new council, but 7.8, request for decision, or pardon me, 7.9, request for decision, 2026 revised budget, page 49 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we need to set a revised budget so that we can pass the tax rate bylaw. So Krista, would you like to walk council through this?
Thank you, Yvette. So we presented the budget and approved it in January of 2026. Most of the budget revisions that are presented in the budget here today, we've gone through in our budget workshops, and most of them tend to deal with carry forwards for projects that were not completed, so they're reserve transfers from 2025 to 2026. That being said, what this budget proposes is an 8% increase to farmland, 2% to residential, linear, and M&E. That was what was presented in the original budget as well, with the adjustments to assessment. Just as a highlight, some of the things that we changed were some identifications within taxes, our adjustments there, revenue with chemicals, some projects within ASB and planning and development that we needed to include. Operations, some changes with gravel stockpile land, some land compensation. Working on the Red Willow Lagoon and completing that. I think I've highlighted most of the stuff. And then the fire department. So just some of the capital stuff with the fire department that were planned expenditures that didn't take place and adjustments as we transition to Heartland Fire being a separate entity as well. So at the end of this, we present a budget with a surplus of $1,305 after all of the reserve transfers. And we are looking for council to approve this budget. Did I miss anything?
Questions, concerns? Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, we've done a ton of work on this. I think administration has worked very, very hard on this. And then to council's credit too, I think we've rolled up our sleeves multiple days and went through this. And I think it's a happy medium between spending and requests that are needed. So I will make the motion to move this forward for sure.
Okay. We'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. 7.1.
I'd like to make a second motion.
Okay.
To instruct administration to put level of service discussion on a future committee of the whole. I think some of this is just with our new dynamic on council. The 4 newer councilors did their best to get caught up to speed, but with budget conversations happening immediately after the election, I think we'll have some new and more informed opinions prior to next budget. So
Also, too, we have a strat plan that's coming in too. So,
yeah,
you know, the tip to work into that too.
yeah. So I think this is a good budget with the information that we have and the options available to us. But with our new dynamic, I think there should be a discussion now that everyone will have a year under their belts. So somewhere late summer or early fall.
Okay. Questions, concerns? Call a question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, 7.1, request for decision, gravel mining and stockpiling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who wants to speak to this?
Greg, I can go after it. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So a little bit of the background previous. The Schaff gravel pit is located on Township Road 42-1 on the east side of Range Road 21-1 in the Camrose County. The County of Stettler has been mining and crushing gravel out of this location for a number of years. We're working now at this point in time, mining more pit run and stockpiling it to set us up for a gravel crush in 2027. On September 26, 2025, operations staff posted on APC advertising for production of an estimated 75,000 ton of pit run gravel at the Schaff pit to be mined, as well as moving overburden an estimated amount of 75,000 ton. Road to Rail of Camrose, Alberta was awarded the tender after presenting their prices of pit run $1.76 per ton, and overburden at $2.37 per ton to be moved. In review of the minutes held of that meeting, it was revealed that the motion from council did only speak to the $132,000 budget allocation for the pit run production, and did not speak to the overburden costs in the budget. Understandably so, that portion had been missed in the recommendation to council. Currently, we are working in the Schaff pit with Road to Rail. Overburden is accounting for about roughly 86% of the production, as we had initially thought that we'd be a little less than that. We are moving a lot of the hill area that is covering the gravel seam that we're looking to get at to then produce the pit run. We have seen in the last couple of days a better ratio between pit run and overburden. However, in reviewing the amount of the overburden that we are moving, we do see that we will exceed the overburden budgeted amount as well. So with that, there is a recommendation presented here today to council that the County of Stettler number 6 authorizes administration to complete the mining and stockpiling of pit run gravel and mining and stockpiling or removal of overburden at the Schaff pit to the tendered amount of $309,750 plus GST, or that the County of Stettler Council direct administration to stop work once the value for services total have rendered and reached $132,000. I'm open for any questions at this time.
Andrew had his hand up too.
Yeah, I'll just elaborate just to summarize. So we miss $177,000 of the contract we need to spend, and we're asking for that approval as well. We're asking for the flexibility to allocate that between pit run and overburden just to maximize the amount we can do with that. This would be coming out of reserves or any operating surplus at the end of the year. And then it would be going into inventory and forming a basis of the cost of future inventory as well.
Councilor Nyberg?
So how does that work as far as when we do a tender? This tender was,
They responded to both. They did bid both, and they were
Okay.
the low bidder on
Yeah.
both.
okay, we just don't have that information in front of us. Okay.
I
So
just,
they were the low bidder on the overburden as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's obvious, but I just have a question on the pit run at $1.76 per ton and the overburden at $2.37 per ton, and the same volume for both. Is it they have to move it further, or what's the?
Yeah, so basically what they're doing with the overburden is they are moving it with rock trucks to the location where we're reclamating, and they do have a cat on site spreading as per our reclamation plan.
So that's the additional cost.
Correct.
So when we budget for gravel, we do most of our, what we call our road rejuvenation program, which is graveling, crushing gravel, whatever we have to do to get the gravel ready to crush, and then of course laying it on the road. And we put that through the LGFF fund, the capital fund. So we have a gravel reserve. We've made allowances already for crushing, and we do every year. Plus, gravel's getting harder to get. When we first went into the Schaff pit, it was literally laying on top of the ground. Now we've crushed those seams, and we're into the more difficult gravel, but it is still excellent gravel and worth going after.
Councilor Gano?
If we're done discussion, or
Oh, I was just going to add one point to elaborate on Councilor Nyberg's question, is that both the RFQ and the agreement we entered into as a result of the RFQ allows the county to stop production at any point. Basically, it's said we're estimating these volumes. However, we reserve the right to cut it off when we need to. So if we don't get to 75,000 tons of pit run because there's more overburden, then we have that right.
Greg?
Yes, Mr. Even, if I could just add to that, the initial estimates were done with the contractor on site after we had issued the tender to that, or awarded the tender. And looking into the crystal ball at that time and looking at it now, we thought both ourselves, staff, and the contractor figured that these were marginal amounts that we wouldn't be out that much. But we are seeing overburden a little bit more than what we thought. However, with our test sections that we've got the overburden removed, we are seeing significant gravel seam dipping quite deep underneath that. So we may not meet the 75,000 ton this time, but would definitely allows us to look into our production and stockpiling later in the future.
Counselor Stevens?
Going back to the RFP or RFQ process, because it was based off unit rates, X amount per ton, with an estimate of what we were going to be achieving, both in overburden, I think the process is sound and fair because everyone was given that same information.
Mhm.
So I'm not concerned about the process here. It's pretty standard.
I just wanted to make sure that they were the actual lower bidder, because that happens sometimes where for whatever reason we get a convoluted one, will do one cheaper and then the other more expensive. So I just wanted to make sure there was no question on that. So that's good.
Counselor Gano?
I'll make this motion.
Okay.
That the County of Stettler Number 6 Council authorizes administration to complete the mining and stockpiling of pit run gravel and mining and stockpiling or removal of overburden at the Schaff pit up to the tendered amount of $309,750 plus GST from operations and gravel reserves.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Is there a fire update about
I'm not sure.
I can give a brief update, but
9.1?
They've been busy, I know that.
yeah. Basically, it's their fire department right now is just heads down and working away. You guys will see likely at your next council meeting, the second meeting this month, the award of the Big Valley engine. We are anticipating that we would be able to have it before year end as well. So a November release or a November delivery date. And right within budget, basically, once we add a contingency in there, we'll be about $10,000 under budget. So we're happy to see that one, not to spoil the surprise too much, but and then otherwise we've had there's a quarterly report for fire in the CAO's report that goes into some of the incidents we've seen for the first quarter of this year. We've had quite a number of multi-alarm fires, and so where we've got multiple stations responding, and we're seeing really good performance on the fire ground. We're also starting to get into fire ban season. We have upgraded to a fire restriction, as you no doubt have seen, as have many of our municipal neighbors, as they've been calling us quite a bit for mutual aid. So,
Counselor Stevens?
The Big Valley engine, is that I think we used a different name.
Wildland Fire,
Wildland Wildland Interface or
WUI, Wildland Urban Interface is what we had been proposing. We're probably closer to engine than a WUI. It's way easier to say, far fewer syllables. It's closer in spec to more of an engine, but more, it's
more off-road capability than
more
standard
off-road than a
engine?
standard engine, less off-road than a brush truck, which is fundamentally what a WUI would be too. Maybe not the same bumper clearances as a WUI might have, but we think it'd be a great unit for the types of operations we see, and the Big Valley Department, the firefighters, including their platoon chief, have been able to give input on that, and I think they're getting pretty excited too.
Just do the wheels stay underneath this one?
It is a commercial chassis.
Okay.
So
We purchased it from all one supplier, right?
Easier to get part.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it would be one simple chassis. I mean, the pumps put on by somebody else and all that stuff. But your standard commercial parts.
Okay, Counselor Stevens and then Counselor Nyberg.
Just to refresh my memory, when this unit comes in, the engine at Big Valley rotates to
To Denelda.
Delta to replace theirs.
Yeah, I mean, all of our engines are getting there, are getting up there for Big Valley, Denelda, and Bymore. But Big Valley is still our newest one. I think Yvette still remembers when it was.
Still remember when it arrived, but it has the pump and roll capability, which was such a big feature. And I think Denelda's looking forward to getting it. And it's still the problem with fire engines is the pump goes before the engine goes because there's hardly any miles on them.
Counselor Nyberg.
So, Mr. Chair, what's the progress on us with our agreements with our neighbors as far as what they're not memorandums of understanding, but
Mutual aid.
mutual aid agreements. I understand we have had a number of mutual aid events that we've worked with both the neighboring communities, and then I'm not sure if we've had any with the town, but our neighboring communities, we've had a few, which is good, more than we've had in the past by far. So are we updating those?
We are. The only current one we have right now is with the town of Stettler. Our other ones are like 2019.
Fress is
No,
pretty new still.
Yeah.
But the rest are 96 to 2003. But they are still reasonable.
Relatively, yeah,
Yep.
no, and I'm not worried about that. It's just that was one of the things that got very much put on the back burner.
Yeah.
And I would just hate for us to have a dispute with our neighbors because something wasn't taken care of.
We're
The
working.
paperwork means a lot.
Yeah.
So
We're working on Lacombe. I think would be probably the next one in the queue for Andrew and Ivan. But one of the things they discussed, which I thought was kind of neat, because they have called us twice now.
Just recently, anyways.
Yeah, which we haven't seen a lot of before. And talking about standby, they have a big grass fire. They would then phone Heartland and say, we need you if we come running. And so there would be like a fee associated with that, just so that our crews are ready to go. And then I think we'll just carry on with the rest of them. Red Deer, we assisted Red Deer not that long ago. I think we assisted,
They assisted us in Big Valley.
right? Yeah.
Elmora came out for us.
Yeah, so it's been really good. Nice to see.
yeah,
Because each department kind of has the specialty, and we're able to tap into all that expertise. I think is wonderful.
Usually we're calling each other for more water.
yeah,
We
no,
all love our tenders.
And
And,
when it all fails, we pull the county water trucks in. So
and I know we've had some incidents up in Justin's area that the water rescue is a big one that Red Deer has they are, if you want to talk about experts, they are experts in that. So I think that's something that we should continue to lean on, but I want to make sure that we also have the paperwork in place that when we do make the call, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So
yeah, I'm sure that Andrew and Ivan will keep at that because they drafted the one with the town, which I thought was really well. I like the ideas from Lacombe about the standby.
All right, you did that.
Oh, Camrose County, we've received some inquiries from them. They'd even like to train with us. So we're seeing a lot of doors open up. So
good. And so could we get just if you're going to be doing those updates, I'm not sure if everybody understands the scope of how many mutual aid agreements that we do have, but if we could get that just as a kind of a list and then maybe a check off to say who's done and who's not. And I know I'm going to push that point, but I do want to follow up on it. In the past, that was one of a sticking point that we had. We had some mutual aid agreements that were maybe older than myself. So I think we were really some that weren't existing anymore. So we need to make sure we're clear on it.
Andrew.
So the one thing that the biggest delay on our mutual aid agreements is that our preference is to get the commission a corporate body first, so that those mutual aid agreements can be with the commission. Otherwise, we take our 24 agreements and turn it into 120 agreements because we need one with each municipality and each other municipality, right?
Well, if we had them ready to go,
It's honestly it's a mail merge.
Yeah, and then it's just
Counselor Hunter.
So like Big Valley's getting a new engine and Bymore's getting a new brush truck?
Yes, and Big Valley has always supplied an engine, like they share the engine between Big Valley and Bymore. So it was logical to put the new and improved. And 224's done a great job
So
for us. So,
in Bymore, do we have room in there to put that brush truck?
yes,
Okay.
guess we'll get rid of the other one. Well, it doesn't really go in there anyway. Jim will probably take it home.
But no, I just, as some of the people were asking, if
Yeah.
we're adding on to that building or have to
Yeah.
build a new building or.
You know, the building is definitely something that we should look at in future budget cycles. It definitely needs to be replaced. And we could probably, put up a standard, I'm going to say Metalex just
Whole
because I'm
shed.
familiar with them in town, but you could do a building that kind of style. And I think it would better serve the residents of that area, especially the fire department too.
Because it is pretty small.
Yeah.
Clint would know more than I would.
Yeah,
but-
they get in there pretty
But
tight.
I
Yeah.
just wonder if we should look at, maybe it could be 5 years down or whatever, but
Yeah.
should we have a look at that, what that would cost?
Yeah, one of the things that I haven't had a chance to talk to Andrew about yet, but I get a lot of inquiries from if you're out buying groceries or you're shopping or something, and somebody will talk to you about a grass fire. And it's though I think a lot of residents know the type of equipment that we have. I'm kind of wondering if we shouldn't do a bit of a spread, either in the county connections or maybe we do a full blown press release where we show the equipment that we do have and what's available. A lot of people don't understand that we have 4 tenders that can shuttle water. And if that's not enough, we have 3 county water trucks that back them up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Gano.
Wondering the status of the commission and that process and getting it set up.
So we were paused, basically waiting for the grant that we didn't get. And so we have to pick it up again yet. That hasn't happened, but our time has been freed up quite a bit to make that happen. So that will be through the summer. I'm hoping for motions to be before the councils for the early fall, probably September.
And what risk is there in waiting this long? Any?
Nothing substantial. Our biggest risk is if we don't have it in place and have everything agreed to by December 31st, we need another interim measure. That's it. Just like we did last year where we said, okay, we'll continue to run it via the county and the 4 villages will fee for service from the county. Right now, they don't really have all of the benefits that the commission would bring them, like a voice at the table and a little bit more control as well. There's a lot of redundancy we can save as we each can delegate much of our fire bylaw provision to the commission itself. For example, right now, fire ban happens, it's 5 fire bans. Once the commission is in place, if each of the municipalities are comfortable with it, they can simply delegate that to the commission and it's 1 fire ban.
Okay. I guess I'm just anxious about getting it done. So as Councillor Nyberg talked about mutual aid, I'll be talking about this regularly till it's done. Thank you.
Honestly, we are going to have some time freed up for us as we had some great news about Stettler District Ambulance. So the work that we were going to have to direct that way, we can now pull back and work on the commission.
Counselor Walker.
Yeah, on the fire, like on 17-2 south of the lake in Starland, they had a grass fire last night, and the Craig Mile Fire Department responded in the Blue Sky Colony. They brought their water tanker and their bush truck. I wonder if everybody knows there's a lot of from colonies and corporate farmers where they're there now, like they
respond now.
Yeah.
We've got a great community, a great farm community that will show up with flatbeds of water trucks or flatbeds of water tanks and water trucks and whatever else. And that's generally what we need, right? I don't, the colony that has their, bought a surplus fire truck for the pump and to use for on-farm operations, you think that'd be useful, but it's not equipped for the actual firefighting, but the water it brings and the water they bring out of the farming operation will always use water.
The new truck at Blue Sky it's got the bottom sprayer. It's got everything.
Always fully equipped.
Yeah,
so-
and they're in the cold weather. They're parked inside, like which corporate farmers don't have. Some don't have the ability to do that. So I wonder if should we know what's at every colony?
In the past, it was not, they weren't really encouraged to be the ones responding, but
We definitely don't want them to beat us there. Mostly because
well, they will though in a lot of cases.
they absolutely can. We just basically we want to make sure they're safe is what it comes down to. So we can be there on scene and direct the operations, and that's where water is a great thing because it's typically we've got portable tanks we can set up so they can dump into and they can make another run, right? And then they're actively participating. Of course, with our fleet, we also aim to be able to do it independently if there is no one available or in the wintertime when it's not stored. But I believe especially through emergency management, Clint maintains lists of not just colony resources, but commercial and business resources, because those are things that we need at our fingertips if we do have an emergency. And so that's the resource we would rely on for that directory.
Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Adam.
On the topic of expanding the Buy More Fire Hall, it's aged and it serves its purpose, but it's not the shiniest hall around. Before we get into discussions about expanding that, I would really like to get our fire staff involved on what apparatus long-term we need there. And at a high level, we've had this discussion in the past with their current volunteer numbers. Is it 2? Is it 3? There's been discussions of, is a tender and a brat the right number for their volunteers available? And then expansion isn't so much an issue, may require some renovations or upgrades, but that would take care of the size issue.
I think they have a difficult time walking around the trucks there right now. So it'd be nice if they had a little shoulder room. And we've been very successful with the brat that we have, or right now we're using we have one, but it's very old. I think with the new brush truck and the tender, because Bymore finds themselves in a big fire, like any of our departments, they're going to get backed up right away anyway. So they'll be on scene. They'll hopefully get things started, and then Big Valley, Stettler will pull in right behind him, and if necessary, Deneld is on the way.
Councillor Adam.
Back to showing off our fire department. Actually, just as a little shameless plug for the Red Willow Egg Society, at the Red Willow County Fair, we were hoping to get at least the Denelda Fire Department out with their trucks. Would that be a good opportunity to show things off and have some of our people out there? And maybe even for part of the community involvement, if any counselors or firemen want to get into the dunk tank. It's just community. Oh, I see Larry's volunteering.
No, that's a direct opposite. No dunk tanks for this guy.
The 21st, it's Father's Day.
Of June.
Oh, June.
I think Andrew can talk to Ivan and
It's just that it would be a great opportunity because we had a meeting last night and that was something that we really wanted to do is bring the fire department out for the community to see any vehicles they had to spare and meet some of the volunteers and such.
they've been wonderful. Ben's been fantastic up there promoting and getting people involved. So Andrew can coordinate with Troy, Ben, Ivan,
Yeah,
and see what we can do.
absolutely. It's from 11 to 3, so that
Okay.
helps.
Any other questions? Councillor Navarre. It was very brief, yes.
It went on for a while.
One other question to the briefness just before we vote is you said that there was new logos for the uniforms, et cetera.
Mhm.
Are these new trucks coming out with those on them, or how are we? Okay.
They will. Yeah.
Yeah, even some of our existing trucks, like when we got Troy's truck last year, we were able to get Heartland on the side of it. We didn't have a logo at the time, but now we do. We've got the logo. The patches are there. If you swing by the hall, you'll see it on quite a few of the windows.
Okay.
We're getting it done. And I did stop by and have a chat with Lee yesterday about the sign as well, and we've made some good progress.
Super. Thank you. Because that was going to be what I was going to be questioning on, not letting up on. Hey, you've covered one anyhow. So, okay, good. So we have a motion on the table. Call the question. All in favor, and that is carried. Bylaws. 10.1 bylaw 176226 2026 tax rate bylaw, page 74 of the package.
So this is a 2026 tax rate bylaw, so we can start getting the tax notices out. It mirrors what you saw in the budget, revised budget, and also council has been working on this for some time. I can let Sharon and Krista present. You guys are okay?
Thank you, Yvette. In evaluating, as Chris has done with the 2026 budget, and council has proposed the 8% to farmland, 2% to residential, non-residential, linear, and machinery and equipment, to general revenue based on the 2025 assessment would result in generating an increase of approximately 51,322 for the municipal taxation portion of taxes. The tax bylaw would generate 23.6 million taxes with the requisitions, including the requisitions that get paid out to the Alberta Education School, County of Stettler Housing Authority, and the designated industrial property levy to balance our budget out for the 2026. In those requisitions, the Housing Authority has increased substantially this year. And it is an in and out transaction. The county just collects and pays a requisition to the Housing Authority. Whether we're able to collect it or not, we still have to pay that portion out to them. The same occurs with the school and the designated industrial. The other portions in the municipal taxation is the doctor recruitment, where the town of Stettler and the county have worked very hard to get doctors in place for us. And through that, they've recruited six physicians, an increase in overall physician capacity within our region, improved access to primary and emergency healthcare services, and reduction in service disruptions, including emergency room closures. The police funding, again, has increased. It was based on a model that was given to us by the province from 2019 to last year, where it had a steady increase from 10, 15, 20, up to 30% each in significant years. And they have informed us this year through the province that we're looking at an 18% increase, which was adjusted in our mill rates that we've shown. And they are also forecasting that it is going to increase over the next years up to 2031. There will be a substantial increases with the policing. It will show on a separate line of the tax notice under the municipal portion. The doctor's recruitment also will show as a separate line in your tax notice under the municipal portion. And so overall, we're looking at 5 million of the budget to be used for capital equipment replacement and projects, and 3 million is funded by reserves towards capital to balance the budget. Financially, we're looking at a total of 51,322, which would be generated from the proposed increases of that council has looked at for the 8% and 2. And there also is a minimum tax levy that is put into place under taxes, which will cover off admin fee and costs that are where taxes is under $75. So they would receive the minimum tax levy, generating approximately $21,770. So what would happen once we look at the recommendations? The recommendation of the county is for the County of Stettler gives first, second, and third reading to bylaw 1762-26, which is a 2026 tax rate bylaw, or the County of Stettler gives first reading to the bylaw 1762-26, 26 tax bylaw, and tables the second and third reading with direction to administration. Once the motion is passed, what we would do is communicate this information through our website, through our connections, county connections, when the notices are going out. And when all the information is required for complaints, et cetera, will be shown in the county connections when they go out, and they'll be going out in June, which will be shortly after the notices go out.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
There is an in-camera item called proposed draft communications. I don't know if council wants to go into camera to discuss this prior to passing the bylaw, but there's an opportunity if you like.
I felt we could discuss it after, but that was my opinion. What, did you have something closer? No, you're good. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? I guess just Councillor Stevens.
I don't have any questions, but I'm willing to move first reading. I think we're pot committed once we approved and passed the budget.
Yeah. Okay. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Nyberg.
Here.
Call the question. All in favor? Can I have somebody take us to third? Councillor Hunter, you'll take us to third?
I'll give it a third reading.
Okay. Take us to third
Oh,
reading.
to
Yeah, yeah.
Just so everybody knows that when you make motions like this, we have to ask for permission for council to go to the third reading,
So that's
and it has to be unanimous.
what you're giving us right now. You'd have your second and third.
It's an anti-railroading measure.
A newbie thing, right?
No, it's not. It's kind of in policy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now that Councillor Hunter is taking us to third reading. Call the question. All in favor? And third reading.
I'll make the motion for third reading.
Councillor Gano. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thanks, Sharon. Okay. Oh, it's our new, yeah, they're gonna come in by noon. Okay. Reports, Chief Financial Officer's report, page 81 of the package. Any questions back on that? I know everybody's studied it thoroughly. Councillor Nyberg?
The which one?
It may be a planning, it was probably a planning meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'll accept the CAO report for information.
Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. 11.2.1 year-to-date budget, 11.2.2 bank reconciliation for March, 11.2.3 payment register, and that is page 137 to 157. Is there any questions on any of the financial reports? Councillor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, I sent my questions in on a couple of overages. Well explained, thank you. So I will move those reports.
Okay, any questions? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Councillor fee sheets, page 158 to 164 of the package.
Uh,
Councillor Gamma?
There's an error on mine. April 20, I made the error. It shows April 22, full day and half day. That half day should not be there, and I've spoken to Yvette, and that will be changed.
And Mr. Chair, Councillor Adam, I didn't get a chance to talk to you earlier with it, but if you're going somewhere other than the county of Stettler, it becomes non-taxable. So it's just a note. Yeah, no, it's not. It's actually detrimental to yourself, but that's okay. Just so a note. I wouldn't even worry about it this time, but next time. And anybody else. So if you're traveling other than the county of Stettler's office.
Okay.
I'll give you a motion to push those forward.
Councillor Nyberg gives us motion to approve with the amendment. Yeah. Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor, and that is carried. Councillor committee reports. Councillor Stevens got a few in. Councillor Adam has some. Any questions on any of them or any updates on any of them? Councillor Stevens?
Not really an update, but just for staff to watch out in council. I inquired about the Ardley Dam feasibility study that they were doing at the Buffalo Lake Management team. There was 2 public lands and 1 Alberta Environment rep, and none of them were really looped in on what the status or progress or any reporting was on that. So if we could watch out for that, I would like to see that report when it is completed. I think it's scheduled to be completed this year.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think if anybody has contact with the Lacombe County, they're very involved. Mr. Harlan is, it's actually right on his land, so he'll be very much involved. So point of contact for anybody.
Also, they're keeping us up to date through the Red Deer River Water Users Group. I know I send Clint anything that comes through. Also, I don't know if it might be a point of interest for council, but it looks like the decision to move or close the Lacombe Research Center is being reversed.
Reversed?
Yeah.
Like reversed completely?
Yeah, the committee recommending its closure has now changed their stance, and they're looking to leave it remaining open.
That is super, and that shows strong advocacy, May.
Huge. I mean, we were involved in that too, and it was on the news today. So, yeah.
Excellent news for that community, for both the town of Lacombe, the county of Lacombe for sure, but all of us for what it brings to agriculture.
Mr. Chair, just a note, I know we don't always get the feedback on advocacy, but our council put through through RMA for the hospice resolution. There was an article done just recently by the Edmonton Journal, I think it was, that came out and mentioned the RMA's advocacy on getting better hospice in Alberta. And just kudos to RMA and to our staff for doing up that wonderful job of getting that resolution forward and moving it. That was good.
Okay. Well, that's great news for today on the Lacombe Research Center for sure.
We don't get a lot of good news sometimes, but that's
well.
a little
And
bit.
Mr. Chair, if I could, sometimes we don't always see the advocacy that we do. You don't see it, and sometimes it happens. Like I'm thinking, the resolution for hospice was done 2-3 years ago,
Yeah,
and you don't see it. The Lacombe Research Group was one that was fairly quick, which shows the power that advocacy makes a difference when we get up there and talk to these people. So kudos to everybody involved.
Okay. Any other questions on any reports, or can I have somebody? Councillor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, I'll give you a motion to move those forward.
Call a question, all in favor? And that is carried. Consent agenda items. Do we need to go through these one by one or just as a group?
There's nothing that jumps right out except Stettler Public Library had something they were to do with Bill 28, in case anyone was interested. Also, they had there we go. They had a planning session that they had to postpone on May the 6th, and Councillor Adam was going to be away, so I was going to go in her place, and they've now moved it to September. The only bad news is it's on a council meeting date. So,
And I guess the one other thing plug we better put in is a Buy More Community Hall and More Stars fundraiser. I think it could have potential for a great fundraising event for Stars, but also for that area. That area is usually pretty generous when it comes to things, and I think they recognize what Stars does for the area. Is there background on that, Councillor Walker, or is it just?
It's not on here, but they did have calendars, right?
Okay. Okay. So, good. And they are looking for door prize or auction items or things like that too. So I'd look.
Yeah, I was going to talk to Michelle on that, on the little hamper that they made.
Yeah.
It works good.
Okay. Any other thing on the consent agenda items? Councillor Hunter? You move them? Okay.
I so move.
Yeah. Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. In camera. Or do you want to do your introduction now and then we can go in camera? Okay, to Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I would like to, at this moment, introduce our new hire. We looked long and hard, and we were able to secure a very talented and resourceful employee. At this time, I would like to introduce Andrew Phillips as our Manager of Engineering and Facilities with the County of Stettler. Andrew, at any point in time, feel free, just maybe let the council know a little about yourself.
Thanks, Director Jackson. Good morning, Reeve Clark, members of council. My name is Andrew Phillips, and I've recently joined as Director Jackson mentioned, Operations Department as the Manager of Engineering and Facilities. In my first few days at the county, I've already seen a strong commitment, experience, dedication of the team. It's clear that there's a solid foundation in place, and I am excited to contribute to that work. I bring over 18 years of experience in both the public-private sectors, specializing in transportation, municipal engineering, utility servicing, land development, procurement, and leadership. Throughout my career, I've worked on infrastructure projects from planning and design through to construction and delivery with a focus on practicality, value, and long-term performance. Working closely with the Director of Operations, my priorities will include strengthening short, long-term infrastructure planning, developing clear and consistent policies for Council's consideration. I also aim to support informed decision-making through practical recommendations and reliable technical information. A key focus will be delivering infrastructure projects in a cost-effective and efficient manner while maintaining a level of service ratepayers expect. This includes balancing current operational needs with future growth and making sustainable investments for the county. Overall, my commitment is to maintain safe, reliable infrastructure again and strengthen long-term resilience of our rural community. Thank you, and I look forward to working with council and the broader team.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah. Councillor Nyberg.
Andrew, where did you come from?
I was with WSP for a few years with the city of Red Deer, Lamont County.
Okay, so you're living in Red Deer now, or?
Through the chair, yes, I am.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, good. No, like I say, thank you and welcome. It's nice to meet you. Good. Okay. Our next item is in camera. If I can get somebody to take us in camera, Councillor Walker, Councillor Adam. Yeah. Councillor Adam, call the question, all in favor?